Why, hello! Hello, chat. Brandon! Stefan! ATV man, comment 185. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Hi. Can I ride you? No, come back, No, come back, come here. God damn, come here. Shit. God damn it. Where are you? Can I ride you? Come here. Look. Come here. Come here. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God, that hurt. Oh, you're an asshole. Sadie's like, yeah, I ain't trying that again. Nope. We're walking the rest of the way. We tried taming a wild horse. It did not work. Daggone, what? E2, how are you? Oh, horse, please. This is gonna be a long way to the telegram station and back to camp. Fuck. Thor had a long day at work. Oof. Well, hopefully you're able to relax now. Got my cattleman and I've got a knife. Well, at least my cattleman works. James made sure of that. Yeah. Oh shit. This is nifty. That's really nifty. They have horses for sale? Sadie, no Nelly with wild horses. Ooh. Look at you. You're pretty. Half-breed. Blood-based thoroughbred. No, not really. Well, at least we know a good place to... I don't know, chat. That's pretty nifty. Got it. Some geese. bread. Nom nom nom. Sir, can I have a ride? Sir! Damn it. Just gonna ask every passing person if I can get a ride. Because that's not gonna cause us problems. Definitely not. Hi, sir, excuse me, sir.
Hello, miss.
Hi, would I be able to have a ride? No, wait, sir, can I get a ride? Damn. Okay, well, here's the telegram station. Stop it! You're
Greetings,
crap.
miss.
You know that? Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Gonna be able to respond to any medical requests right now. Actually...
Ma'am.
Ma'am, howdy. Actually, how much cash do we have? Fuck! Well, that's not possible. God damn it. Hi, Slimin101. How are you? Been a long time since I watched your streams. Oh, well, welcome back. Welcome back. Just walking through the desert. I need some music for this. friend. There's a revolution coming. I don't even have my horse to use my bow. My bow is on my horse. Just chilling. Nice. Nice. Beep beep. Oh, there's another one of them. Come back! Tell me your secrets! What the? Hello? Oh, wait, sir! Sir! Excuse me! Sir! 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 Hey, can I have a ride? Please? Ha! God damn it. Praying that my cats don't swarm me as I'm trying to eat my food. That is a mood. That is a fucking mood. I'm actually going to raise my desk up really quick. Not feeling like sitting right now. Okay.
Tilt up, thank you.
I keep hearing phantom horses behind me, and it's just like, where the fuck is the horse? Where is it? We already tried attempting to catch a wild horse. That didn't work. We're gonna attempt to ask every person we see ride by, hey, can I have a ride? Oh, hey, speaking of person. Hi, excuse me. Sir. Excuse me, sir.
I'm commencing to get a mite pecked.
Hey, can I get a ride? Please? Just armadillo? God damn it. I guess we're gonna be walking the rest of the way. It's the spirits of those mistreated in life. Bah.
Get out of the hole! You're not supposed to be in there!
God damn it. No. God damn it. Bottom of the river. Okay. Raise this up a little bit more. There we go. Just how are you doing? you doing? God, I thought Armadillo was closer! Shit! This is gonna be a long walk, chat. Oh? Oh? I see a person? I see a person? Sir! He's going too fast. I'm never gonna catch up that guy. Ah! Oh god. Just walk in a circle. That's okay. A nice scenic walk, I know, right? Very scenic. And remarkably warm. Armadillo, this way! God, just walking through the desert. We're gonna die out here, chat. We're gonna die out here. I mean, at least our bank is in Armadillo. It's not too far. Oh, sir, excuse me.
Hey there.
Hi, Heavy. Oh, could I get a ride? Don't just an Armadillo. Sir, please. You look like her. You married.
Damn, I'm all out of shucks.
What? Oh, you son of a bitch. Rude. That's a cool picture. Stop your hissing. Stop it. Just stop it. Good. The sun is going down, chat. We gotta get to Armadillo. My cat is staring at me and crying. Oh, baby. Not a baby. Eat the baby. Oh, no. The baby wants your food. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I will kick the shit out of you if you bite the back of my heels. Excuse me. Hey.
Howdy, friend.
Howdy. Hey, can I get a ride? What? Yeah, wait, come back, please. God damn it. Why does everyone hate me? Sadie's like, I just want to ride. That's okay. We're almost there. She mad at me that I haven't given her cat food yet? Oh no! Oh no, the baby! She's starving! She's starving. She hasn't eaten in forever. She needs food. She will waste away. Excuse me, sir. Sir, would I be able to get a ride?
Damn, heat rash is killing me.
No, just in the armadillo. Please? I don't got $10, though. Oh, at least I'm almost there. $10. What does he think I am? Made of money? I ain't made of money. $10. Bird! 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 Get a little bit of money, hopefully. Whoa, 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 whoa. The hell is that? It's a bird! Vulture. Well, condor. We'll pluck it first, and then we'll take it into town. Okay. Now I'm gonna sell all of the rest of it. You're gonna fetch a mighty fine price of like $1.30. If that. Probably won't. Jesus, this bird is like as big as my torso. What the fuck? Better than nothing? True enough! More money for you. Oh, hell yeah. We've got 25 cents in our pocket. Alright, how much was it? 57 cents! Excuse me. I got it wrong. Not 25, it's 57. Well, hey, at least our gun works. Boom, 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 boom. God, it's starting to get dark. I've had a nightmare about this many times. God. It's mine. Baby. The moon is so bright. What the? Okay. Hey, Brandon, you guys can still see, right? Like, it's not too dark? Okay, just making sure. Fire. Welcome to the fire. Yeah. Okay, let's... to the fire. With the lighter. Welcome to the fire. What are you doing? Stop it. Welcome to the fire. One with the lighter. Okay. Oh, not that much. Okay. Alright, let's go send a telegram. Hey, telegram.
What's your secret, Hermit Moon? Damn it, I wanna know.
Bit more colder. That what is what I told her. Now 3 rounds of hell being good company.
Ready?
Ready.
Just gotta make it through to the morning, miss.
No further than my fist bumps about her. I'm coming home to... Ah, we're gonna have to deal with wolves. Great. That wife is what I told her. Gun knife sticks to my shoulder. But I'm gone. I really don't feel like going that direction. I'll just go around. It's fine. Okay, it's cold. Let's... Okay. Really should go that, but... I feel like I'm gonna get ambushed by wolves at the very end. Oh, it'll be...
Ready? Hey, by any chance, could I get a ride to the McFarlane Ranch? God! Hello, little guy. Maybe I should have gone the other way. Oh, should take now. Might as well just... Hey,
Keep back.
what? Oh. Lessa Panda, hello. How are you?
Sorry, I'm trying to keep an eye out for wolves and I don't want to get eaten. Also, I'm currently standing right now, so my other monitor is kind of in an awkward position.
Hi, hi! Panda is tired. Why is the panda tired? How is Roxas? The Roxas is okay.
Please don't be over here. God.
Ow.
Stupid probe. Oh, God. The uphill is worse. Trouble sleeping lately? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope that it gets better. Trouble sleeping, not great. But it's not late.
Oh.
Stupid rock! Didn't even see it there. No, I see that rock. I'm walking around it. Oh, shit, that's another rock. Nope, not getting me today. Hey, get your head out of that! That is mine! You know, we could just go back to Armadillo and buy a horse. Oh, fuck! I just realized one of my horses is at Armadillo. Fucking shit.
Ow, ow, ow.
What? What do you want from me?
Hattie, hey, could I get a
Hi
ride
there.
to McFarland's?
Sir?
Stop it! It's mine.
Whole lot of ugly business here.
No. Just want to ride. So difficult.
Hello.
Hi, William Reaper. How you doing?
Did we walk? Okay, let's roll for it. God damn it! We're going all the way back to Armadillo. Fucking god damn it. Dude, I'm gonna be so upset if there is not a horse in that stable. Like, I swear that we've got a horse in that stable. Oh, 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 oh.
You alright?
Can I actually get a ride to, McFarland's?
You gonna try to rob me?
No?
Alright, get up on the horse. I'm heading that way anyways. You're going the wrong direction from the farmlands, man.
Well, I was starting to head back towards Armadillo because I was like, well, maybe I can just buy a horse there. You're the first person that's actually, you know, even talked to me. Everyone else is like, well, howdy, and then like rides off, and I'm like, but I just need a ride.
You're walking on the side of the road right next to where there's usually a set of wolves or a coop. Nobody stopped to help you?
I mean, I've been walking since almost tumbleweed.
Almost tumbleweed, God
Yeah.
damn. What are you doing out this way? You live out here?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Sadie Evander.
Oh, you're one of them state scars, aren't you?
I'm just a medic. But yeah.
Just a medic. I'm pretty sure I've heard that shoots people. I mean, I don't care either way. It's
I
not
haven't
really my
shot no one.
business. I don't know. Folks say you do.
What?
But I mean, how much of that is just talking bars?
I literally don't think I've ever shot anyone.
Why not?
I mean, I know my brother has.
Yeah, well, I mean,
It's Carter.
it's fucking Carter Evander.
Yeah, I mean.
I think he shoots just about anything, to be honest with you.
Yeah. He's aimed his gun at me a couple times.
Yeah, I've
Oh.
only heard bits and pieces of what y'all got going on. Between you and the pillars, it sounds like there's always some sort of conflict there. What I don't get is why everybody is so insistent on fucking torture these days. Torture this, torture that. Why does everybody fucking torture? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get that either. But I also don't see the point of shooting
I'm
no
about to have
one.
security show up on me because they don't realize who I am. Surprised I don't have a fucking gun pointed on me yet. There you go. Make files.
Alright, thank you so much. I appreciate
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
What was that all about?
Oh, just security being idiots.
I mean, they don't own the road going through here. Do they?
So again,
They don't own the road here through here, do they?
technically no, and honestly I ain't a fan of the range security in the first place. I'm gonna have to talk with Hank about the way they treat people.
Yeah, 'cause that sounds downright, not so great.
I wear a mask because it's fucking dusty as shit out here. Sand's always kicking out. Of course I'm gonna wear a fucking mask. And even to hide my identity, I tell everybody who I am.
Right.
And half the goddamn people know who I am because of my hiding a mask anyway.
Right. Okay. Now to go, I just go to the
Do
stable
you have a
mask.
horse here?
I'm debating whether I want to walk all the way to camp, which isn't too far from here. But I might just
Where's
be
your
lazy.
camp at?
I really can't say.
I don't mind taking you up that way. It's not like I'm gonna fucking sell you out if you're
Well,
going out this way.
the camp rules is no one comes to the camp, so unfortunately.
I've been in the gang, I understand.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do the lazy option and just have the stable master bring one of my horses, because there's so many packs of wolves. Yeah. Look.
Besides, if your camp ain't far from McFarland's, there's only about 3 camps it could be.
Well, I definitely appreciate you feeding me here. I was ready to start shooting some wolves because I know that they're normally up there.
Christ. Does he have a fucking gun out?
Hey, Eddie. Okay, well. Yeah, if you ever need to get a hold of me, 100456 is my, PO.
Yeah.
You have a good day, though. Thank you again.
Of course.
You ain't gonna rob me! Oh my gosh, no. Okay, go talk to the stable master. I should have kept my mouth shut. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? What? Just leaving a shit ton of willow party? Jesus! Hey, they. Okay, let's have Sir Lancelot right here. We'll just... Give me just one sec, chat. Okay, there we go. No, I don't want a pigster. What's this?
cone's just on the ground. Something good, something good. Something like, something like, ain't no good. Stop. Oh god, don't fall off. This fire. Ain't no gonna stop fire. Actually, we could probably write in our book while we're waiting. Ain't nothing gonna stop fire. Operator to defend. Address James. Walking. If I needed. I needed his help. No, I would not let that happen. And of the telegram. We fought for control. And managed to sign the telegram. Jessica. I don't think the imposter would understand the significance of that name being signed. Oh, Lazarus, did your debts get paid? Oh, Lazarus, are you so afraid? That was my code to the others that it was a trap. We had set this up quite a while.
I was walking into the place where James was supposed to. I got blood on my name, and the fire's not so much of you. When song from the garden, I got blood on my name. Looks like James has not arrived yet. That or hiding. That was concerning. I felt concern creeping in. Hurt. That inside. And waited. Hey. Sadie. Do you know how much longer it's gonna be? No, I understand. Go check Telegram. Oh, wait. Claiming I shoot people? What the fuck? I was with that. I don't shoot no one. Kitty. Why? A lot of people. Fucking bag.
Hey, did you happen to see bags of willow bark on the ground?
Where at?
You trust me, you would have noticed. It was like 70, so 140 pieces.
I don't think so.
Okay. Maybe sort of grabbed it.
maybe. Stop it. There you go. I don't care. It's dead. It feels bad. Like, 'cause we rolled such a high number for composure. Sadie's like, I didn't do it. Wasn't me. And hi, you said you were looking for willow bark?
Hello.
I think this is what you were looking.
Oh, it was just over there. We didn't see it.
Yeah, it was under the wagon.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right, y'all have a nice day.
You too.
Well, the dice I rolled just then was if Sadie was gonna do the right thing. And Sadie's like, God damn it, I can't. I can't. Her own goddamn morals got to her. Could have been so much willow bark tea, but nah. It would eat away at her. It really would. We're just not gonna mention that we were about to run off with it. If they hadn't have come by when they did, I would have just been like, yoink, mine. But Sadie, we get hurt a lot. We do. But the thing is, Sadie has very specific set of morals with that sort of stuff, and be protection.
Wow, must cover some ground on a horse like that.
No. Hey, that's mine. No. You don't get the tomato either. Man, Sadie and her goddamn morals. Would have been so much willow bark tea. We would have been set for a long time. I know if it were any of the others, they would have been like, no, they left it. That's their own dang fault.
No, this is mine.
See, that's the thing, though. Is like, this guy is just like, yeah, I heard you shoot people. And Sadie's like, me specifically? He's like, I don't shoot people. I'm just a medic. I mean, I've saved Kay from dying when the rest of my crew was the one that shot her down. No! Stop it! Get off the keyboard. Saved from a month of nightmares about stealing. We all know she's gonna have those nightmares.
No, stop it. Stop it. Kitty. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Gotta find more, man. Head still rolling from the road.
No, stop trying to eat my tomatoes. Go away. No. Kitty, move! Really?
Hey, take away the marker. Take away the marker. Take away the marker. Thank you. Oh. Oh. And also... So... Hearing... people... So... Have I been shooting people in my sleep? Been shooting people in my sleep? Because apparently people are telling others that Sadie Vander shoots people. No idea who the fuck has
been saying it and didn't get the name of the person who tried so to make our also another thing is that apparently the security of McFarland's branch are aiming guns at people through wearing masks. Branch has been pretty active. I was in there, people racing and something like concerns how things are go. Because from the sounds of it, a bit going through there. don't have a banana. Thought it was. What? Shit. Why do I have? God damn it. Ah! You have acquired ice cream? Ooh, what kind? What kind of ice cream?
Good morning, miss.
Caramel cookie crunch. Ooh, that sounds really good. Oh, you fuck off.
fine. It's just a bush. Just a bush. No one sent a telegram about doctors. Wait, where was that from? Actually, should look and see where some of the other telegrams are coming out of. I think it's Cassie's fault. So there's a bunch of people in Guarma.
Whatever it is you're doing, I didn't see your face or nothing.
You know, honestly, I think I will go back to camp. Jesus, horse. Don't do that. Yeah, that's where it's supposed to cross. Oh, not bad. Can't people RP out of here? Like, come on. On the road again. I can't wait to get out on the road again. Okay, we'll go check telegrams and then head to camp. Go see if Iris has our Lancaster on her. letters. Damn it. Hoping for not. Of course. Fuck. Probably cougar. Yeah, most Is that Hank? Might be. Yeah, I think that's about the area where the cougar is at. Probably. Yep, it was cougar. Yeah, there's so many ponies over there. Okay. Head over, go get Iris, and then I'm going to take Sir Lancelot back over to the stables over at McFarland's. Ow. Ow. Okay, you follow.
need to get you back to McFarland's now that I've got other horse. Oh, wait, hold up. There we go, much better. Okay. Okay. That way I'm not having to walk or bring a horse over this way. You know, I probably should get one of my horses and put them at the Comanche camp. But yeah, I need... Thank you.
What's happening?
There's a wolf.
Okay.
Everything alright?
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh, there was wolves. Right.
Oh!
Yeah.
Got it.
Yep.
Happy birthday.
But, oh, okay. Well, thank you. It's funny
How's
because, like,
Lancelot been doing, by the way?
I'm
sorry,
doing pretty good.
Okay. I didn't mean to cut you off or anything.
Oh, no,
I was
you're
just
fine.
wondering with the training if that helped.
Yeah. You know, so, funny story. I started shooting at that wolf, and then it just turned and just stared at me. It's like, the fuck you want? And then it didn't move till you came over. I'm just like,
What the hell?
What did it... I don't even know.
Fuck it out. We're gonna be heading to bed, by the way. Please stay safe.
Will do.
And okay, if you need anything, just telegram.
Yep.
Love face.
Oh, you.
Huh?
I said no, you.
Wow, you love our faces?
Yeah. Just not as much as I love James's face.
Yeah, that's fair. That's okay. I can understand that. Right, stay safe. Love face. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Apollo, I kicked the wolf to death. Oh god.
I'm proud of you, Otto.
Yeah. Yeah.
Howdy, Apollo.
Hello.
Take care, Sadie.
Will do. Now we're gonna get hurt since someone said stay safe. Wow! What the fuck? What is that supposed to mean? Oh, no, no, no. Horse, horse, too far, too far, too far, too far. It's our curse. Let's see. I need. Alright, let's go to Armadillo. Sell this. Woof. Okay.
That mask won't scare anybody.
I ain't trying to scare nobody. I don't shoot people. Why would people say that I shoot people?
That won't help much with dust around here. It gets through everything. Yeah, best cover your face around here.
Been afraid of changing. Built my life around you. Time makes older, even children get older. Thank you, sir. I want to get my other. I want to get my gray shirt. I'm feeling gray shirt today. Laugh, Sadie. Good job. Also, I want to put my hair up. Okay, one that I want. That one. Oh, god damn it, it took away my blood! somebody else, found everyone else. Watching your back, you can't relax. Trying to be cool, look like a fool to me. Tell me why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? I'll see the way you're acting like you're somebody else gets me frustrated. Life's like this, you fall and you crawl and you break and you take, you get and you turn it into honesty and promise me I'm never gonna find you fake it. No, no, no. Leaves. And I move. You want when you become somebody else and everyone else watching your back. You can't relax, trying to be cool, look like a fool to me. Tell me why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? God, I love this version. Totally not trying to potentially see if they'll be shitheads to me. I would never. See somebody else, found everyone else, watching your back like you can't relax. Try. Tell me why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? Way you're acting like somebody else gets me frustrated. Life's like this, you fall and you crawl and you break and you take, you get and you turn it into honesty and promise me I'm never gonna find you fake it. No, no, no. La, la, la. If I lay here, if I just lay. You have your own food.
My damn feet ache like a bad tooth.
I think I went too dark of a gray. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me? Just forget the world.
Let's see. Especially not him. Suddenly, there, slight sound behind me. Gun. Fuck. Imposter. Turned around and James was standing there with his revolver aimed and ready to shoot. He looked over the imposter for a moment and raised an eyebrow. For a moment before the imposter spoke. What are you doing? James? What? It's all about. Imposter spoke in my usual tone, shaky voice. James raised corner an eyebrow with the gun still aimed. Oh no, Jessica. Jessica, you tell me. Here. My usual shaky voice. His voice was upset, but firm. His voice was firm and unyielding. The imposter put up its hands. Where did all the good people go? Where did all... I just wanted to talk with you. Took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. And it did this. I saw James narrow his eyes. What? You're not acting like a chipmunk no more? No, seems like that it anymore. He asked as a challenge. Challenge if it was actually me.
I was... He knows me. Knows my nervous tics. Things I didn't realize that I did. That I often you know, I figured that I don't need to act like a chipmunk no more. Instead, trying to lie through its teeth. But I could tell that James was not buying it. Looks relaxed slightly, but kept the... What? Okay. Looked to relax slightly, but kept the gun aimed. Gun aimed at the imposter. You know, thinking we could get that up back to camp and monsters. And began to lower its hands. Assuming that he was dropping his guard. Sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a fun idea. Dead. But dead. Warmly, but that is when James Why are you staring? Stop staring. Okay. That is when James where's old angry tone? And the question out of nowhere. And the question... No. Let's see. What do you mean? Right here? Tried to say, and he aimed
shot. First feet. An instant he aimed his gun back at the imposter. Where the hell is Sadie? Got it. I know that you ain't Sadie. Even close. Not close. Now. Where the hell? Why? Imposter tried to bluff, tried to lie again. Tried to act scared. Tell him that he was wrong. James, please. It's me. You know me. How can I be anyone else? It was cut short as fired at the ground, almost hitting imposter's feet. Clenched his jaw.
Okay. Here's the thing. This bullet, this gun, has silver bullets in it. Smirked slightly. What I hear, that kills your kind. Deal. Like you. Like its voice started alter. As what's the backstory of Sadie? So Sadie, her father was a doctor, and basically, she ended up going to South Carolina, to work at a ranch, as a field medic. There was a thing that happened, and a gang came to the ranch, and Sadie convinced them that she could be their medic, and in exchange to stay alive, and then they shot everybody else, and then for like 6 or 7 years, Sadie was a doctor for the gang. And then she ended up with another gang, and then the first gang ended up basically hunting that other gang down and killing all of them, and they made sure that, like, the second gang made sure that Sadie got away. Yeah, it's there's a whole thing about it. But basically, she has a lot of nightmares, and that's what this journal is. This is her nightmare journal. I actually think we're probably gonna head over to camp. We'll have some story time. Cause James is back over at the Comanche camp.
go around that way. I don't want to go around that way. She has a very distinct, like, she's got, like, a lot of self-preservation instincts. Okay, so. Alright. 2/2/1905. I was in a place that I hadn't seen before, and I was following the other members of the States Guard. For a split second, I got distracted and looked away. When I looked back, everyone else was gone. I called out for anyone, and heard my own voice echo down the empty streets. Turning a corner into an alleyway, I found Carter looking over something next to someone else. I tried calling out, but it was like he couldn't hear me. So I tried to run to him, but suddenly I'm wearing a skirt and it gets caught on the brush. As soon as I pulled myself free, I found that Carter was gone. The ground began rumbling around me as my heart pounded. I heard a monstrous roar to the left and saw it was a bear. I pulled my knife and tried to face the bear. The bear began charging at me, and I tripped backwards on my stupid dress. Without being able to use the knife, I pulled my long arm from my back and tried to take aim. Ah, shit! Fuck, 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 fuck! Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going! No, 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 no! Don't do that! Don't do that! No, 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 no! Fuck off! You little fucking shitheads! Interrupted my story time. Fuck off! Oh my god! You're not gonna catch me, motherfuckers! Fuck right off with that bullshit! Okay. Back to where we were. Oh my god. Really? Fucking wolves. Why is there so many goddamn wolves? Hear them growling. Okay, we should be good over here. Okay, back to what we were doing again! Let's see. I pulled my long arm from my back and tried to take aim. The bear was too quick and tried to maul me with its claws. I held the rifle up with both hands. Are you fucking kidding me? That better not be another goddamn wolf. The bear was too quick and tried to maul me with its claws. I held the rifle up with both hands as I tried to hold back the bear. In a second, the bear grabbed the rifle with its teeth and yanked it away from me. All I could do at that point was to punch and kick at the bear. I heard a gunshot crack through the air, and the bear collapsed on top of me. The weight of the bear was almost crushing me as I tried to get free. Once I got out from under it, my dress was torn and bloody, with numerous lacerations and gashes. I tried to look around and see who shot the bear, but I couldn't see anyone. When I looked back down at the bear, I saw it was now a pile of dry bones. The bear's skull turned towards me, and it tilted its head while staring directly at me. The sharp skeleton claws flexed as it got up and began lumbering towards me. The bear skeleton went to lunge, but the cliff edge that I had been standing on crumbled under my feet. I began falling for what seemed like forever,
and then the feeling of warmth wrapped around me. It was like the warm embrace of a hug. That is when a soothing voice spoke to me, saying, "Sadie, you're okay. I won't let anything happen to you." I felt at peace in that moment and closed my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself being held in the embrace of James while lying in our bed. Okay, so yes. It was sundown as I walked through the muddy field slowly, the ground giving way under me more like a swamp. As I walked, I noticed the color of the mud was starting to shift. No longer a pale brown. Instead, it was becoming the color of blood. A voice whispered my name from below me. "Jessica." I looked down and a bloody hand reached out of the red mud and grabbed my ankle. I tried to pull my leg away, but found the grip was too strong. All around me, I could see other hands reaching out of the mud. Each hand that I saw belonged to someone that died while I was trying to save them. The hand grabbing my ankle was one that haunted me for the longest time. Because that was the boy that I had chosen to give mercy. Give mercy to while he was dying from a bullet wound to the gut. His other hand grabbed my other ankle, and he began climbing out of the mud, using my legs to pull himself free. As he emerged... Oh, that's gonna bug me. It is his. As he emerged from the ground, he called my name again. "Jess, why? Why didn't you save me? Tommy, I tried to help you. You murdered me. Tommy, please." At this point, I could feel myself slowly sinking into the red mud. Tommy dragging me down, as if he were dragging me down to hell. As my head went under the mud, I woke up. James was there, and I buried my face into his shirt and just cried. I don't remember the first nightmare well, but it had to do with falling off a cliff edge. No surprises there. Second nightmare. I can remember running, going through the streets of my childhood home. My heart pounded in my chest as I ran. Gunshots blasting behind me. A voice yelled out, "You can't run, Jessica! We will always find you!" I knew his voice. Gideon Hale, the man that I was running from. Rounding a corner, I came face to face with my pa. He stared at me with arms folded, looking disappointed like he always did. "I taught you better than that." Hearing him say those words cut deeply, so deeply that I turned and ran from him. I needed to get away from the pain. Suddenly, my arm was grabbed, and I turned to find Randall staring at me. "We all know what you did. Time to stop running." I yanked my arm away from him and took off running again. The sound of my shoes clacked against the cobblestone as I ran. I looked behind me to make sure Randall wasn't following, and I ended up running into someone and looked up to see Carter staring down with an annoyed expression. "I can't save you this time," he said as he shoved the long-arm rifle to my hands. "You need to learn how to save yourself." I looked down at the rifle, but then back up, only to find Carter gone. James now stood where Carter had been. He looked at the rifle in my hands, and then behind me towards the sound of clattering footsteps. "What are you waiting for?" he said, as if urging me to turn around. For a moment, I felt comfort that he would have my back, and so I turned to face the people chasing me. A sharp pain suddenly stabbed into my back from where James was standing. I glanced over my shoulder at him in shock to see him lean closer and whisper in my ear, "Murderer." When he twisted the knife in my back, I startled awake and tried to calm myself down. Looking next to me, I saw James sleeping peacefully. Ah, that's gonna piss me off. It was just a nightmare. It was just a dream. Okay. Third nightmare. It was nighttime, and I was riding alone. Something felt wrong. The road was empty. Too quiet. As I listened, I couldn't hear any sounds. No wind or birds. I couldn't hear the hoofbeats of Sir Trottington. I knew that I shouldn't be riding alone. None of the others liked it when I rode without someone else. But there I was, riding alone in the night. I neared a grouping of trees and didn't notice the low rope that was tied to either side of the trail before it was too late. The rope caught me in the throat, knocking me off my horse. I hit the ground hard, gasping for breath from the rope and the fall. I got to my feet and tried to grab my gun, but I was too slow. A pair of hands shoved me forward and onto the ground. Someone put their boot on my back between my shoulder blades to hold me down, while another person tied my hands and feet. It all happened so quick that I didn't even have time to react. This was a swift, quiet capture. No shouting of demands. No chaos of any sort. As I lie there with my face in the dirt, a voice spoke quietly above me. "Easy now, Jessica." My back went cold in terror as I knew who that voice belonged to. Amos Crowley, a man I never wished to hear again. Before I could realize, I was sitting tied with rope to a chair. Oh, hold on. We need to make sure that we're going the right way. Ah! We're almost to camp. Actually, I think that's camp right there. Camp! Camp, camp, camp! Okay. Oh, we can remove our note. Okay. Scene remove. Okay. Alright, we will go up here for the scary stories. What? Scary stories next to the campfire. Whee! Okay. Campfire story. Okay. Before I could realize, I was sitting tied with rope to a chair in a barn that was unfamiliar to me. There was a faint smell of dust and old blood in the air. A lantern sat on a small table nearby, the light so dim that it was hard to see anything. "You do inspire devotion." A soft, haunting male voice spoke from the darkness. I didn't need to see him to know that it was Gideon. The lantern got slightly brighter, and I could now see Gideon standing across from me. His expression composed and gentle as it always was. I tried to spit at him, but my mouth was so dry. Too dry to spit. Gideon seemed like he was amused by my attempt. And he walked to me slowly, before leaning close and saying, "An eye for an eye, Jessica." He turned and walked towards the lantern, before he stopped and looked over his shoulder and said, "I hope you're not afraid of the dark." Gideon blew out the lantern and disappeared into the darkness, leaving me only with my thoughts. It felt like hours as I sat in that darkness and waited. I couldn't stand the dark any further. That was when I heard the gunfire in the distance, just outside the barn. It was followed by shouting. My heart dropped as I recognized the voice. Carter. A match was struck, and Gideon lit the lamp, and now stood watching my panic. Gideon muttered something that sounded like, "They came here pretty quickly without any backup. Seems you must be important to them." My stomach retched as I tried to vomit, but nothing came out. From where I sat, I saw the barn door get kicked open, and Carter stepped inside with his bolt action, ready to shoot anything that moved. He didn't seem to notice Gideon, but instead saw me and called to James, "I found her." I tried to call to them that it was a trap, but the words stuck in my throat. James stepped into my sight, and I thrashed more in the ropes, yelling for them to get out. It was too late, as a shadow swiftly got behind James and hit him in the back of the head with the butt of a rifle. Carter turned to shoot the attacker, but got rushed by 3 figures that tackled him to the ground. A fairly large group of men beat both James and Carter with their boots and the butts of their rifles. They got pinned down and then tied up before I even had time to scream. I watched as the various men drug them over and then shoved them onto their knees. They were now facing towards both myself and Gideon, who was somehow now standing to my left. James and Carter were bruised and bleeding pretty badly, but at least they were both alive and still breathing. I saw Amos stroll into the barn with a smile on his face. He went over and knelt in front of Carter. "So, this is the fearless big brother I have heard so much about." It hurt watching as Carter lifted his head to look at Amos, then Gideon, then to me. I could tell that there was a wildfire behind his eyes as he saw me tied to the chair. Amos tilted his head and smiled at Carter. "Let's begin." I watched in horror as Amos began doing what I had seen him do many times. A question, followed by a heavy strike to Carter's face. Amos asked another question and waited. He looked back at me with a warm smile before striking Carter in the face again. Carter refused to cry out in pain as he absorbed the blows like he always did. Instead, he spat blood from his mouth into Amos's face. Amos chuckled, and I heard him say, "I will come back to you." Amos wiped Carter's blood from his face.
Oh, ad break! Okay, hold on, chat. Ad break. I'm gonna close the window really quick because it is starting to get cold, and then we will...
seconds.
LSPD open. What the fuck up?
Misunderstood coming in with that raid. Welcoming everyone from Misunderstood
What the
Stream.
fuck is
How y'all
that,
doing? You
Gracie?
came in for story time. We're reading scary nightmare stories from Sadie's Nightmare Journal. Okay. All right. Ad break is over. Ad break is over. Yes, hello. Welcoming everybody. Okay, let's get back to it. Amos wiped Carter's blood from his face and turned to James. There were two men standing behind James that were holding him in place. With a twisted smirk, Amos turned to look at me, and then back at James. And you, he said softly, but loud enough that I could hear, the one she loves. My heart tightened as James looked to me, and I stared back at him. Amos asked James a question, waited for the angry response, and kicked James hard in the gut. I watched helplessly as he repeated this a few times on James. Shortly after this, Amos changed up tactics, began alternating back and forth between the two of them, asking one a question, and then at the response, another blow. Each blow with a boot or a fist that Amos dealt was causing them more and more pain and agony, all because of me. I looked at James and noticed him sway slightly, but he remained upright with an angry look on his face. I could hear Gideon move right behind me. He never laid a hand on me. He just stood there with a calm look on his face. You see, Jessica, he spoke quietly, only for me to hear. This is what attachment does. I looked behind at him, and then over to Carter and James, before I thrashed harder in the chair. The chair tipped sideways, and I landed hard on my side. I started yelling for them to stop. I begged and pleaded for them to stop. Told them they could take me back to South Carolina if they stopped. I saw Amos pause his latest assault at James, and he looked towards me. Gideon continued, though. Oh, Jessica, if we wanted you, he smiled down at me and spoke calmly. You would already be ours. He then leaned down closer. This is a lesson. I saw Amos turn back and continue punching James. I tried to look away, but Gideon put his boot on the side of my head just enough to hold my line of sight in the direction of James and Carter. Amos walked to Carter and kicked him in the arm. There was a sickening crack, and Carter finally screamed out in pain. I was stuck there, helpless, forced to watch as they were broken down bit by bit. James looked up and stared at me, and Amos looked in my direction. Tell me, Jessica, should I give him mercy? I knew what he meant by that. He was referencing how I'd shown Tommy mercy by putting him out of his misery. All I could do was cry and say sorry over and over again, my voice broken and shaking in pain. Amos just continued while smiling at me. You chose mercy once. Now look what mercy breeds. I saw James finally collapse forward on the floor, unable to stay upright anymore. I could tell that Carter was struggling to stay upright as he breathed heavily. Gideon finally removed his boot from my head and crouched down beside me. Quietly, he began speaking to me. Love is leverage. He paused and motioned to Carter. Now, we will show both of them mercy, just like you did with my son. He made a gesture towards James. So now, you understand my anger. I watched as Amos picked up a gun and walked over to James and put the gun to his head. I screamed and wailed as I saw him pull the trigger. But I woke up right before the shot. My heart was racing so violently that I thought it would burst out of my chest. Looking down at James there, sleeping on the bed, I felt sick. I brought this upon them. Quickly, I crawled underneath the bed and just tried to hide away from everything, but I couldn't get back to sleep. So that one's one of the very dark ones, and they get worse. February 9th, 1905. I'm walking the path to my home during the late evening. In the air, there was a faint wood smoke smell, mixed with rain. There didn't appear to be anything wrong at the house as I saw the glow of the porch. My brother's warm laughter was familiar and inviting. As I looked around, I saw something was wrong. I saw dark and familiar horses tied to the fence. They weren't there when I left. As I approached the house, it felt eerie and still, as if it waited for me. The door creaked open on its own when I stepped up to it. I don't remember stepping through, only standing in the middle of the room looking around. Everything had gone quiet. No laughter or noise at all. A smell began to bother me as I noticed it more and more. The thick smell of oil and wood smoke began to fill my nose, and my heart pounded in my chest. In the quiet, I could suddenly hear boots across the floor behind me, the footsteps slow and measured with a hauntingly familiar sound. I don't turn around or look as a voice whispered in my ear, "Mercy has consequences." The voice was calm and quiet, like someone uttering a prayer. My breath caught in my chest and it became hard to breathe as a firm hand pushed me forward. I was being pushed towards the staircase. I tried to fight it, but I felt like my body was underwater. My body felt heavy and my breathing felt shallow as I looked up the stairs to see it had an orange glow to it. That is when I heard the pounding from upstairs, the screaming as someone called my name. I tried to turn away, but hands forced me to go up the stairs. The bedroom at the end of the wall had panels of wood nailed over it, blocking it from the outside. I saw flames licking from under the gap of the door. I tried to run forward, but the hands grabbed me and held me back. I fought back against the hands, kicking, clawing, screaming. They wouldn't let me go. I could hear the frantic banging and pounding on the door as I struggled to get free. I knew deep down that the people I loved were locked in that room. They pounded at the door, coughed, cried, and screamed my name from the other side. The voices calling my name broke into choking sobs as the flames surged higher. Tears began to run down my face as smoke began pouring into the hallway. The heat began to blister my skin as it became so unbearable. I started sobbing while I tried to tell my family how sorry I was. but it got too hard to breathe, and I started to choke on the smoke when I heard his voice softly whispering in my ear. This is what you get when you take the ones take away the ones I love. I could hear the flames getting louder, and the pounding got quieter with each pound against the door. It stopped altogether, and the fire roared louder until I couldn't hear anything. The hands holding me back released their hold, and I fell to my knees. Everything a deafening silence. No boots, no voices, no pounding, just flames. Coughing on the smoke, I crawled towards the door, pulled it open. Inside the room there was nothing. No bodies, no furniture, just the blackened shell of the burnt room and ash. In the middle of the room, I saw my old medical bag sitting. It looked clean and untouched by the heat and the flames. It sat there waiting for me to come get it, but I kept choking on the smoke. I startled awake, gasping for air as the smell of smoke seemed to linger in my nose. Looking around, I found myself in the tent at camp with James in bed next to me. I tried to close my eyes, but every time I did, I could hear the pounding on the door and the voices screaming my name. So I gently woke James up and got more cuddles as he wrapped his arms around me, told me that he would keep me safe. All right. Next street. February 10th, 1905. I sat on a wooden chair back at home, and I was wearing that dress my ma always liked to make me wear. But I was covered from head to toe in mud. Ma walked in and started using a brush on my hair to get the mud clumps out. As she did this, I saw Carter packing a few things into a cloth backpack. Knowing he was leaving, I tried to get out of the chair to go to him. Ma tugged at my hair as the brush got stuck in the dry mud. I kept trying to pull away, but Ma held on to my hair. She told me to stop moving, and I needed to look presentable to go shopping with her. I pleaded and begged for Ma to let me go as Carter began walk to the door, but it was no use. Pa stormed in and grabbed Carter by the arm. The arm. He yelled, saying that Carter was not allowed to leave. Carter spun around to face Pa with a revolver in his hands. A loud bang, and Pa had been shot in the gut and fell to the floor. Carter looked at me, motioned to follow him. I tried to get out of the chair, but Ma would not let me go. No matter how hard I tried to get free, Ma's grip was too tight. Looking to Pa, I could see that he was laying in a pool of his own blood. I pleaded and begged with Ma to let me go tend to Pa. Ma continued trying to work on the muddy hair, as if nothing was happening around her. Carter watched me for a moment before turning to leave out the door. I watched as he slowly left, abandoned me in the house with Ma and Pa. Randall walked in and looked at me as if saying how if I'd actually told Pa that I wanted to be a doctor, that maybe Carter wouldn't have shot him. He put on his deputy hat and walked out the door, slamming it behind him. I woke up after that. Second nightmare. I was riding on the back of a horse as I held my arms around James's waist. There was this happy, content feeling as his horse trotted through Armadillo. Dust blew with the wind, making it hard to see, But then I noticed a paper fluttering across the road. James seemed to tense up as he warned me against getting off the horse, but I didn't listen. I got off the horse anyway. Taking hold of the paper, I found it was addressed to me. James pleaded urgently with me to drop the letter and get back on the horse. I didn't listen, and I started reading. Sad eyes, you will lose what you love the most, and then let the eyes guide you on your new path. The eyes of his and mine, they see all, they hear all. As I read, James continued trying to call me back to the horse, yet I still did not listen to his urgent requests. You have brought me the one who I am after. For that, I am grateful. Oh, no. You brought me the one who I am after. For that, I thank you. K. P.S. Don't turn around. After reading that last part, I noticed that James was no longer on his horse, and the horse was freaking out as if there was a snake. I heard sounds of a scuffle directly behind me, so I turned around. James was grappling with a woman that had long dark hair and no definable features on her face. She had a knife in her hands, and James was trying to keep her from stabbing him. While trying to fight her off, James yelled at me to run, to get as far away from here as possible. Not wanting to leave him, I went to pull my gun, but found there were ropes tying me to a wooden porch beam, the wooden porch beam of the saloon. Scared, I called out for help from James, but this distracted him as he turned his head to look at me, and the woman stabbed him in the gut with the knife. He stopped fighting back against the woman and fell to the ground below him. I could feel panic coursing through me as I called out his name frantically. The woman turned to me with the bloody knife in hand. I told you not to turn around, Sad Eyes. Now your eyes must witness his death. I squirmed and fought against the ropes, but no matter how hard I tried, I could not break free. The ropes got tighter and tighter every time I fought them. The woman started walking towards James with the bloody knife as he lay on the ground, clutching his bleeding gut. My heart pounded in my chest as I yelled, "No!" at the woman. James turned his face towards me with cold eyes and said, "If only you had listened to me, then I wouldn't be dead." I watched helplessly as the woman knelt down next to James, the knife going toward his neck. This time I tried furiously to get out of the ropes while screaming and pleading not to hurt him. The blade sliced in James's neck, and blood began gushing freely. My body went cold as I closed my eyes and pleaded that this wasn't real. When I opened my eyes, I found myself sitting at a wooden table in a cabin. The ropes were still around me, but this time I was tied to a chair. The woman from before, walking into the room, carrying a fancy metal plate covered by a round metal lid, the kind that I have seen in fancy places to eat. All I could do was watch as she walked towards me, putting the plate down in front of me. She commented that I must be starving, but there was an unsettling, twisted smile on her face. I was hungry, as if I hadn't eaten in days, but something felt very wrong. The woman smirked at me and removed the metal cover to reveal James's bloody face, with dead, lifeless eyes staring up at me. I startled awake after this, screaming and feeling like I was going to vomit. That image of his face like that had burned into my brain I looked around to find James in bed with me, trying to comfort and reassure me. I had to make sure that he was okay, so I checked him for blood or injuries. He was okay. No harm had come to him. And so I threw my arms around him and just sobbed into his shirt. As I said, they just get worse. Sadie has some pretty dark nightmares. February 13th, 1905. Nothing new tonight. Just a memory that I keep replaying over and over again, time and time again. It is quiet in the camp, an eerie silence that seemed unnatural. I stood inside the kitchen tent with Clara when she looked at me with a furrowed brow. No, she looked at me with furrowed eyebrows. It's too quiet. I instinctively puffed out my cheeks as I listened to the quiet. It was odd because there was normally the sound of local insects and birds. That was when I heard Jonah yelling out that we were under attack on at least 2 sides of the camp. Gunshots rang out, and he kept running, calling out as loud as he could to alert all of the gang. I had to give it to him. That boy had one job, and he did it very well. Gunshots rang out from behind Jonah, and I could see him stumble forward from something. The look on his face told me what I needed to know. He had been shot at least once so far. He continued running towards me, and had almost reached safety when he was hit with another bullet towards the neck. I watched him fall to the ground as blood poured from his body. Quickly I ran over and drug him over to the nearby medical tent. Clara scooped him up in her arms and quickly dropped him onto a bed before she grabbed her rifle and took up a position to defend the medical tent. I tried and tried to get the blood out of his lungs, to get him to breathe. I always feel like I'm so close to saving him, but every single time, Clara pulls me away from his body. She tells me, like she always does, that he is dead, and there is nothing that I can do to bring him back. Time and time again, I feel helpless, as I cannot do anything to save him. And then each night of this memory, I grow tired of living it out. Often, I think of ways I could have helped him better, such as telling him to get behind cover instead of running unprotected. Or maybe I could have asked Elijah if Jonah could be my apprentice. He had the knack for medical, and he learned really well. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. February 14th, 1905. Everything was a blur. Everywhere I looked, I only saw danger. So I ran. Came across wolves, and so I ran. Came across death, and so I ran. It was almost like my legs wouldn't let me stop, even if I wanted to stop running. I could hear the echoes. Echoes of home. Echoes of war. Echoes of everything. I knew this road. I had followed it before. But it was different. More curvy than it had been before. Winding much like a snake. And cactuses lining either side of the path. If I tried leaving the path, I would be cut to ribbons by the razor-sharp needles. However, the path was also filled with many dangers. that threatened to kill me without a moment's hesitation. If I could only make it to the end of the path, I could reach the people that I care about. My family, my friends, my home, my love. Will I ever stop running? February 20th, 1905. I sat alone at the telegram station, waiting. Not sure what I was waiting for. There was hustle and bustle around me as people were boarding the train that had just arrived. Part of me felt like I should also be boarding the train, but I hesitated and remained in my chair. Looking out of the window, I almost felt the train was drawing me towards it, calling me as it waited. I wanted to go, but I needed to wait. I had to wait. The conductor walked in, yelling, "Last call," and I still waited. He looked at me a moment before walking up and asking if I was going to board the train. I looked down at my hands and shook my head. He then asked me if I was waiting for someone. I told him that I was waiting for someone, but he never showed up when he was supposed to. I looked up and saw a sad yet guilty look on the man's face as he tried to steel himself to tell me something. Tilting my head, I looked at him curiously, my look questioning the expression he wore on his face. Finally, he said, "Miss Wilton, I'm sorry to remind you, but your husband's body has already been loaded on the train." Everything suddenly came flooding back as I remembered why I was in the telegram station that day. I was taking James home for a funeral. His funeral. Slowly, I stood to my feet and brushed off dust off my skirt. I followed the train conductor onto the train. Once inside, something felt wrong. Something felt like danger. Looking around, I saw members of the soul-crushing saints standing in the train car. All of them regarding me with looks of hate. I turned to leave and found the train car had been locked somehow. I heard guns being pulled from their holsters and the clicks of hammers being drawn back. Turning to look at them, they all had guns aimed at me. I heard Gideon's voice speak up. "Kill her." I startled awake and found myself in the tent next to James. He was safe and alive, which was good. I cuddled up and let myself be embraced in the comfort of his arms. I'm gonna cry, I know, right? Dude, I almost started crying while reading that one. March 2nd, 1905. I'm walking down a hallway. A dark hallway. I hear a voice. His voice. Calling my name. I feel a fluttering in my heart as I run towards him. The darkness started whispering with familiar voices.
Oh, that's mine.
First, they were calling to me with a welcoming tone. But the further that I ran, the voices became more upset, angry, scared, betrayed. My friends, my family. Wait, what? Hold on. Did I miss something? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. My friends, my family, my enemies. Tommy. I kept running. Dark hands began forming out of the walls and reaching out to grab me as I passed them. I heard James's voice again, calling out for me to hurry. fingers began clawing at my legs with sharp nails, ripping ever so slightly at the fabric of my clothing and cutting across my flesh. As I neared the end of the hallway, I could hear his voice start to change. It still called my name, but it didn't sound like him anymore. It started to sound like her, like Kay. I stopped running, and the hands grabbed at my arms and legs, and that's when I noticed the hands were wet with blood. A slight chuckle behind me, and I looked over my shoulder to see Kay walking past me for a split second. A grin across her face flashed in my mind as I tried to see her. Care about him, don't you? Her voice whispered in my ear on the other side. Turning to look, I saw no one there. Her whispers spoke in my other ear this time. I saw it. I saw it on your face when I spoke his name. A sinister glee was in her voice. I could hear it. She was planning something, but I couldn't speak. It was like someone was choking me. The silence is deafening, Miss Sad Eyes. I could hear her laugh menacingly. I told you that the eyes needed a sacrifice. What could be better than sacrificing none other than the sad eyes to them? I felt her hands grip onto my shoulders as she leaned up next to my ear with a horrifying whisper. See you soon, sad eyes. I could feel the room tilting sideways as my heart thumped in my chest. As if out of nowhere, James's voice broke through everything as he said my name. He was standing behind me where Kay had been, his hand softly holding my shoulders. Looking back at him, I could see a worried expression on his face. Are you sure you want to do this? I shivered suddenly as I became aware that we were in the woods near Kay's house. Again, I couldn't speak, the words catching in my throat and not letting me make a sound. He wrapped his arms around me from behind and held me in a warm embrace that I wanted to last forever. I began to walk away, and he grabbed me by the wrist to pull me back in. I turned and threw my arms around him, and all I could do was hold him tightly and sob. He gently cupped his hand under my chin and tilted my face towards his face. Sadie, courage is not the absence of fear, but doing what one feels is right, even though they are. I stared into his eyes as he said this. A voice echoed in the wind as it circled us. Kay's voice. See you soon, sad eyes. I turned around and saw Kay standing on the porch of her house. Time seemed to stand still as I stared at her. Suddenly, hands gripped strongly around my ankles and started yanking me down into the ground as if it was sludge. James tried to pull me out, but he wasn't quick enough. He grabbed at my hands as I clawed at the hard ground nearby to stop myself from being dragged down into whatever that was. I could feel that it was Kay's house. She was dragging me in, whether I wanted to go or not. He called my name frantically as he clung to my hands. My hands slipped from his, and I sunk into the walls of the house. Each breath I took, I felt as if I was trying to breathe mud instead of air. After feeling like I had no breath left, I began fighting back against the hands that pulled me, kicking until I couldn't kick no more. I then looked around and saw the muddy walls around me didn't look right. The walls were filled with disfigured bodies with expressions of horror on their faces. And then they opened their eyes. The soul-piercing, unfocused eyes. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. One by one, they pulled themselves from the walls. Okay. One by one, they pulled themselves from the walls and turned their gaze to focus on me. "Sad eyes," one of them said as it got close to me. Getting close to me as it tilted its head. Got close to me and it tilted its head. There we go. Now it's not a... Okay. "Why are your eyes so sad?" I wanted to answer, but I still couldn't even make a sound. I stood frozen as it reached out and took one of my eyes. I didn't feel pain from this. Didn't scream. All I could do was watch as the corpse removed one of its own eyes and placed my eye into its skull. Suddenly, it looked like the creature had half of my face on it as it blinked the eye a few times. It began looking me over with my own eye, and then a frown came across its face. Raising its hand, it took its own eye and shoved the eye into my skull, and suddenly everything went blurry. "Now unto you, see what the eyes see," the creature said to me as I tried to focus my eyes. The room around me was different now. The wood of the walls became more twisted the further I looked. It was at this point I noticed the faces weren't screaming. They were praying. "The eyes see everything. The eyes see what you did," the creature said to me, as if I were on trial for my crimes. Images of the people who I tried to save flashed through my mind, as well as the people who gave their lives for me. I saw Kay on the back of John's horse bleeding out. I saw myself tending to her injuries and keeping her alive. Then I saw them, 4 bodies on the ground, covered by a white cloth. Brief images of a deputy lifting the white sheet, and each of the mothers sobbing that their loved one was taken from them. The creature leaned over to me, and it looked like it was confused about something. "The eye does not see that which it expects. Instead of fear or pride, it sees guilt and sleepless nights. It sees a faint hope that everyone is worth saving." I watched as the creature tilted its head in the other direction. Sorry, as I start choking on my own spit. "The eyes see how they do not think that they are worth saving because of their flaws. I felt a sudden pressure on my eye socket and found that my own eye had been returned. Silence fell as I tried to make sense what had just happened. This was when Kay grabbed me and held a knife to my throat, using me as a shield so that the others from the guard would not shoot her. Both Carter and James aimed their guns at Kay. Aimed their guns at Kay and I, shouting demands for my release, telling me this is why she could not be trusted. I could feel the fear coursing through me as the sharp knife rested against the skin of my throat. Kay whispered softly in my ear, "You know what would be better than me killing you? Forcing James to kill you to get to me." There I stood, staring death in the face. Kay started to press the knife into the skin of my neck, and that is when James and Carter opened fire to try and stop her. Instead, she ducked behind me with laughter at the failed attempt. More gunfire erupted, and bullets tore into my chest as they tried to shoot at Kay in anger. The bullets went through me and hit Kay as well. As Kay began to collapse, the knife drug across my neck deep. It became hard to breathe as blood began to fill my airways. I collapsed next to Kay as I gasped for air. James screamed my name as he rushed to my side and tried to stop the bleeding. I reached out, trying to grasp at anything that I could. I woke up at this point, gasping for breath, even though there was nothing wrong with my lungs. Apparently, during the night, I had shoved James out of bed and bruised his cheek. So there is that. Poor James. He gets beat up so much because of Sadie's nightmares. March 3rd, 1905. I don't remember much about where everything started. First thing I recall is riding on the back of a horse. My arms are wrapped around James' waist, and I am leaning my head against his back. I felt at peace while I breathe in the comforting smell of his coat. It's almost like I was weightless while we were together, like a cloud lazily drifting through the sky. I'm not sure if that accurately describes the feeling, but I don't know. I don't think there are any words that can. Hold on, I have to eat and drink something before my character passes out.
Papa, wee!
Okay, let's see. After a while, James softly spoke to me. "Darling, we're here." I wasn't aware that we were going anywhere. Looking up, I saw that we were in that meadow of flowers, the one high up in the mountain that James had taken me to when we were with John and Ollie. There was a picnic blanket laid out on the ground. A single picnic basket sat in the middle of it. James climbed off his horse and offered me his hand. He smiled warmly, saying that this time it was him who set up the blanket for the picnic. My heart fluttering in my chest as I took his hand, and he helped me off the back of the horse. Everything was beautiful. Everything felt perfect. We sat and ate apple pie together on the picnic blanket. I was sure that the pie was made by Oliver. As the sun began to set, there were beautiful oranges and reds that were cast upon the meadow. James stood and offered his hand to help me up. I grabbed his hand and stood up next to him, and we stood watching the sunset while he had his arms wrapped around my shoulder. Leaning down, he kissed me softly on the cheek and whispered, "Sweetheart, I have a confession to make." James let go of me and turned me to face him. I was confused what he would be confessing to me. And I'm sure James could see it on my face. He seemed to have a happy smile on his face as we stared into each other's eyes. Without warning, he gently took me by the hand and knelt down in front of me on one knee. Neither of us moved for a moment, as if we were frozen in time. He continued holding my what the? My hand with his left hand. He continued holding my hand with his left hand, and then held up a small emerald ring with his other hand. Everything faded around us, and it was only the two of us. James stared up into my eyes with a dreamy smile on his face as he said, "Jessica Sadie Evander, will you marry me?" Tears ran down my cheeks as I nodded and threw my arms around him in a tight embrace. James gave me a soft kiss on the lips and then softly slid the ring onto my finger. I felt ecstatic, overjoyed, happy. Before I knew it, night had fallen on the meadow. I was laying on the picnic blanket, wearing the fancy dress that I had ordered a few weeks back. James had stepped away to get some firewood, and I was waiting there for him to come back. Very suddenly, I heard James scream out my name from over the hill, and I quickly ran to where his voice came from. He sounded startled and scared about something. But when I got to where I thought he would be, he wasn't there. I looked around, and I couldn't find him. I called his names a few times, but got no answer. Then I heard his voice, again calling my name from a dark, wooded area. I called out that I was on my way to help him, and ran into the dark tree line. His voice seemed to call just far enough that I couldn't see him. A dark fog seeming to have fallen around me. I stopped to catch my breath and called his name again. Not determined, but scared. I kept thinking, why can't I find him? I saw someone out of the corner of my eye and turned to see James. He looked like he had been running and was also trying to catch his breath. I was very relieved to have finally found him. He looked up at me and smiled. "Have a good night, Brandon!" But something wasn't right. His face wasn't right. I stepped closer to him and reached out to put my hand on his shoulder. As soon as I made contact with his coat, I felt trapped, my hand feeling like it, as if it had been glued in place.
Sadie, don't touch it!
I suddenly heard James shouting from behind me. I looked and saw James running towards me, gun in hand. I looked back to who I thought had been James, and its mouth began to grow into an unnaturally wide grin. He had pointy teeth, sharp and jagged. I tried to pull my hand away, but it was like my hand was melting to the shoulder of his coat, and I couldn't get free. In an instant, I ducked to the side, and James fired multiple bullets into the imposter. But it was like the bullet holes just melted back as if nothing had happened. The imposter's hand grabbed me by the throat and began to choke me. I struggled trying to get free, but nothing worked. Slowly, the imposter was shifting and became larger than the nearby trees. It opened its giant mouth, filled with rows and rows of razor-sharp, jagged teeth. I could hear James screaming my name as I was lifted off the ground and held up over the open mouth. I struggled still and tried gasping for breath before the hand let go of my throat. I began falling and falling, the mouth full of sharp teeth, seeming farther away than it really was. The teeth then grew closer and closer. I woke up right before I landed in the teeth, shaking and gasping for breath as I sat upright in the bed. Unfortunately, I had ended up digging my fingernails into James's arm.
Yep, whoops.
March 5th, 1905. I am standing in a hallway again. Long, narrow hallway with doors standing on either side. Each door painted in a color with paint peeling off like flaky old skin. The first door that I walked up to was painted a soft blue. I reached for the door handle and opened it slowly. Suddenly, I was 12 years old again, standing in a soft blue dress out in the yard. I could see Carter standing at the fence line. He had a cloth pack slung over his shoulder. I called out to him, but he didn't look back at me. Not one single look. He's leaving now. But I don't want to be left behind, so I started running towards him. As I ran, the ground seemed to stretch with every step that I took. Without moving, he drifted further and further away from me. My eyes stung as they filled with tears. I kept running, screaming, begging, pleading for him to take me with him, but he didn't look at me. I got close enough to reach him, but the door slammed closed in my face. There I stood, back in the hallway again. There was a voice behind me. It sounded like Randall. I turned to see a splintered wooden door open just a crack as I slowly walked towards it. Carefully pushing it open, I see my brother Randall standing in the doorway of the house, wearing his new deputy uniform. He gave me a sad smile as he patted me on top of the head. "Don't look at me like that. I can't stay in this house any longer." I reached for him as he stepped out into the bright sunlight, begging for him to stay, and how Pa needed his help. "I know," he said simply as he vanished into the bright light of the doorway. I found myself back in the hallway again. The door was gone. The hallway felt colder than it had before. I could see my breath every time I exhaled. The next door was worn dark blue with flaking paint. It felt like heartache and loss waited behind that door. I walked to it, but it opened before I could reach for the door handle. I was now 15, and I wore trousers instead of a skirt. I was in the family dining room, and Pa was sitting at the table. He looked tired and worn out with small flecks of blood on his cheek. I looked to where Ma usually sat, but she wasn't there. Her usual spot at the table sat a bottle of whiskey. I called to Pa, but he didn't look at me. Grabbed the bottle of whiskey and poured a glass as he laughed softly, as if to himself. To me, his laugh wasn't warm or fatherly. It felt hollow. I stepped forward and tried to take the bottle from his hand. Instead, my hand went through him as if he wasn't really even there. His presence felt cold and uncaring, maybe even as hollow as his laugh. He faded from my sight, and all that was left was the room around me. I felt as if I was standing in a coffin. His coffin. It smelled like liquor, like he always did. The room faded away, and I was in the hallway again. The blue door gone from where it had been. I slowly walked down the hallway to a faded yellow door. It felt like at one time it was a bright yellow, but had faded as it sat out in the sunlight. I walked through the door and looked around. I was 19 again. I was wearing a simple, plain, light blue dress. I stood out at the edge of a small forest-like park, watching a celebration. My best friend stood wearing an elegant white dress, her veil catching the sunlight as her new husband put his arm around her waist. They looked happy. Looking around, there was laughter and music as people celebrated the marriage. Mary had been my best friend till he came along, and now I stood there watching from the edge of the park. I wasn't invited to the wedding. He didn't like me being around Mary. There I stood, feeling unneeded, unwanted, discarded like a piece of trash. Mary seemed to notice me. It gave me a small, polite smile. It felt hollow. Then she turned away, started to chat with someone. I watched as she and the surroundings began to fade away. Music stopped, and there I was back in the hallway. The yellow door was no longer there. Oh. I think that was just a character. I began to walk more down the hallway, passing doors that I didn't want to look in. Finally, I came to a gray door, and if by instinct I opened it, I was standing in my house again. But I wasn't actually there. Ma sat at the table with her hands folded, a distant look on her face. Across the table, I could see my pa drinking again, looking like the empty shell of the man he used to be. I walked to Ma and begged her to stand up, to shout at him, to stop him. Instead, she ignored me and just watched as Pa began to wither away. She didn't say anything, just sat there, still and silent. Even as I screamed at her, she was silent. Finally, I gave up and found the silence felt heavier than the screaming ever did. I was suddenly back in the hallway. Okay, this music is not. Nope. We need. I was suddenly back in the hallway. This time I began running past both open and closed doors. I stopped when I found a black door, and I couldn't help but to open the door. Inside of a dark room, there was a single coffin that sat illuminated by a single overhead light. I was alone in the room as I stood next to the coffin. I knew who was inside the coffin. It was Pa. I could no longer disappoint him or have to deal with his yelling. Now, I was just left with his absence. Reaching toward the coffin, my hands trembled slightly. I took a breath and opened the lid to find that the coffin was empty. It was already gone. And I never got to say goodbye. The door slammed loudly, making me jump. And I was back in that damn hallway. Everything felt darker now. Fewer doors left, and the air feeling thinner and thinner than before. My heart pounded in my chest as I saw the red door. I already knew who was behind that door as I heard the gunfire. I don't remember opening or walking through the door. I was back in the wooden office, and Elijah was standing in front of me. I was helpless as she shoved a wad of money into my hands. He gave me a soft kiss on the forehead as he told me that I was like a daughter to him, that he was proud of me and that I needed to go save more people. He told me to wait for the signal, but I grabbed his arm, pleaded with him to let me stay. He shook his head and pried my hands off him with a gentle smile. He walked through the door and locked it before I had time to react. Blech. I heard gunshots and knew he was gone, but I pounded on the door until my fists started bleeding. Finally, I noticed I was pounding on a blank wall in the hallway. So I stopped and looked towards the next door. This door looked as if it had been freshly painted a steel gray, the paint still drying. The door sat open, and I could see the state's guard camp. Then I saw them all sitting by the fire. These were the faces that I knew. The people that I have ridden with, laughed with, bled with. One by one, they got up, looked at me, and walked away into the nothingness beyond the camp.
Ah, god damn it. Okay, hold on. Ad break. Whee! Okay. Hey, the perfect time to dry my eyes. Yeah, I'm not crying, you're crying.
Whee! Ba-ba-da-ba-ba, whee!
Don't worry, it'll be over soon. It'll be over soon, chat.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Whee! Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wow. Dance, 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 dance. What? I'm a kitty.
You're not allowed to go in my eyeball. Oh, that is... Okay. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ad break is over, and we're back. Okay. Alright, let's continue. Goddamn ads. I swear to God. One by one, they got up and looked at me. Walked away into nothingness beyond the camp. They didn't seem like they were angry or violent. Just disappointed. I stood there alone in the dust, watching as they all got up and walked away. I called out to each of them, but none of them would answer. Suddenly, I felt I was being shoved backwards through the door, and it shut in front of me without a sound. Evil ads? Yeah, no, I know. No, don't worry. Every time the ads pop up, I pause so that you guys can, so that you could still listen to the stories. So we good. We good. Back in that damn hallway again. And I see only a single door left, the very back wall. It is bare wood and unpainted, as if a story yet to be written. I reached for the doorknob with trembling hands. I didn't want to open it, but I opened it anyway. I was standing in an open field. Carter stood behind me, his hands gripping firmly onto my shoulders. James was standing in front of me as he peered down at me. His face looked resigned as the wind moved his coat slightly. When I tried to move toward him, Carter tightened his grip. Quietly, he told me that I can't go to James. Not this time. I fought against his hold, begging for him to let me go to James. He didn't let go. Instead, I saw James slowly stepping backwards, away from me, without a word. With each step, I struggled against Carter's hold and tried to call to James. No sound was coming out of my mouth, though. Carter's hold remained firm as James kept stepping backwards, slowly disappearing into the light of the horizon. My chest felt hollow, like someone had ripped out my internal organs. This feeling was the worst of them all. The grip released on my shoulders, and I stumbled back. I suddenly felt angry and turned to yell at Carter. But I found that he was no longer there. He had also disappeared and left me all alone in the field. I stood there trembling, but not from fear, but because I knew this was a pattern that I had seen time and time again. Everyone leaves me, one way or another. I startled awake and found myself in James' arms, warm and comforting. But that nagging worry that lingered in the back of my mind. I would be the last one standing.
Whee!
March 17th, 1905. I stood alone in a field of shadowy grass. Dark surrounded me, and voices echoed from graves I couldn't see. They called to me with anger in their voices. I looked around trying to find the source of the voices, but they were everywhere. Many of the voices were unfamiliar, dark, ominous. However, there were some that I had heard before. People that had died while I was working on their wounds. They cursed at me for not saving them. They knew my lies. That I had lied to my pa about knowing medical work, and it was an excuse to get away from home. Every death under my hands, a learning experience. Spending countless hours late at night, reading any medical books I could get my hands on. Trying to learn as much as possible to stay alive. Because if Gideon knew that I wasn't a properly trained doctor, he would kill me. That was when I heard Gideon's voice, almost whispering in my ear. You lied to me, Jessica. To save your own skin. Their deaths are your fault. His voice hissed darkly in my ear. Dark figures walked slowly around me. I could feel panic setting in. There was a loud crack that startled me awake. I found myself in the tent that I had camped out in. Okay, there we go. There was a loud crack that startled me awake. I found myself in the tent that I had camped out in, away from home, away from James. March 19th, 1905. I got out of bed and gave James a kiss on the cheek before stretching and walking out of the tent. I headed to the kitchen and warmed up some coffee before heading to the stable to check on Iris. When I got to the stable, I heard someone just outside of the camp clearing his throat. I looked over and saw him. My pa was alive and standing there looking as he had before Carter had left, before he started drinking himself to death. I couldn't bring myself to move, my words having caught in my chest as I looked at him. After what felt like forever, I managed to say, "Pa?" with a trembling voice. Pa rolled his eyes in annoyance, like he always used to. "Who else? Now, have you forgotten your manners? Are you going to invite me into your camp?" The last word sounded very disappointed, as if he were hoping for a house. I dropped the coffee on the ground and ran to him. I threw my arms around him and held him as tight as I could. I didn't want to let go. Not this time. Not ever again. I buried my face into his shirt before I looked up with teary eyes. "You're here, but Ma said..." I could feel his body stiffen at my embrace, and he patted me on the back lightly a few times. He was always awkward with physical contact, and never seemed to like hugs very much. But I always hugged him anyways. "Your ma ain't right all the time," I heard him mutter under his breath, short but not rude. Before I knew it, we were sitting around the campfire. Pa sitting in a chair, scowling at James, who stood at the other side of the campfire. James stood calmly, remaining steady and watching Pa closely I could feel how tense everything was and turned to Pa, hopeful. Pa, I said as I stood up from my chair. I would like to introduce to you. This is... Pa turned his gaze on me, suddenly cut me off. I know what he is, he said sharply, as if his mind was already made up. I felt my stomach twisting into knots as the words ripped through me. But, Pa, I started, but couldn't manage to continue speaking. I watched helplessly as Pa turned his sight back to James. Boy, I've heard plenty about this little gang of misfits you run around with. His voice flat, with a harsh tone behind it. Don't bother trying to say this isn't a gang. James remained calm and collected as he watched Pa. We take care of each other, to help each other when they need it. I heard Pa scoff at the statement. Oh, is that all? Knowing where this was going, I tried to step between them. Pa, I started, but again, he cut me short. So, this is who you're planning to settle down with? He asked, while keeping his focus on James. Suddenly, I suddenly felt like I had a large lump in my throat, and for a moment there was silence. Finally, I swallowed and nodded lightly. Yes, I do. Pa turned his attention to me, and finally, with a look of disappointment in his face, feeling worse than any anger could. Sadie, that is a doomed heartbreak waiting to happen, he said almost dismissively toward me. I stood there looking down, clenching my fists. My anger building in my chest until I couldn't contain it anymore. Around us, the sky grew darker as heavy storm clouds rolled in. I could feel the electric charge of the clouds as my hands shook with anger. Finally, I couldn't hold it down anymore, and I snapped. You don't get to decide what I do with my future. I saw a scowl form on his face as he stood up from his chair. Sadie, I am your father and you will listen to me. Pa, I am not a child no more. I heard the sound of thunder cracking through the sky with my words. He stepped closer to me. You think I haven't seen how this ends? You don't know him, I shouted as the sky rumbled above me. Pa scoffed and pointed in the direction of James. I have seen many just like him before. My hands shook more. Stop acting like you know everything. You know nothing about any of this. I know that you're setting yourself up to lose everything. That he will get you killed, he said with his voice getting louder. I could feel the wind picking up and pushing against me, but I wouldn't move. At least I'm choosing to be with someone. Wasn't that what you wanted? I shouted. Or are you scared that I'm gonna turn out just like you? An angry and dangerous look came over his face. Child, don't you start testing me. I'm taking you back to Boston whether you like it or not. Under my feet, I could feel the earth shaking. No, I am not a child no more. You don't get to take me away. You don't get to take this away from me. He raised his voice louder to match mine. He will never be part of my family. I will not allow it. I felt the storm raging around us as my anger kept boiling over the edge. I don't need your permission! My voice seemed to crack through the sky like lightning. Why can't you just be happy for me? Suddenly, it was as my voice broke open the sky. My words began echoing through all of New Austin. That is when I heard a voice speak calmly. It was James. I'm right here, Sadie. You're safe. I promise. It's just a dream. His voice, like a soft, gentle whisper, a lullaby. I breathed hard, tried to catch my breath as I stared at Pa, and then noticed that the camp seemed wrong. More specifically, the dream catcher in the doorway of my tent was missing. I looked at the campfire, and it was still burning as if the storm wasn't there. It felt strange, like the world suddenly didn't feel real. James, if it's a dream, what do I do? I asked as I looked around for him. I couldn't see through the rain as it pounded out of the sky. Take control. His voice fluttered in the wind, and I suddenly felt like I knew what to do. I took a deep breath and steadied myself in the rushing wind. Took a step forward to Pa and spoke to him in a soft, gentle voice. Pa, you ain't losing me. I saw his expression flicker with confusion, so I continued with another step toward him. Even though I'm choosing a new path in life, it don't mean that I'm leaving you behind. The winds grew calmer with each word I spoke. I'm still your daughter. I will always be your daughter. I took a moment to breathe deeply before continuing. I know that things weren't easy and that you were hurting. I spoke this with a soft, gentle tone. He stood watching me, not saying a word, but I could see his face was softening, and so I continued. You did what you could. Even when your efforts weren't enough, you stayed and you kept trying. I saw his jaw tighten slightly, and I took another step closer. I understand that now. The storm clouds above began to thin. Pa, I want you to know that I'm proud of you. I said those words, and I could tell they made an impact. For the first time, he didn't look defensive or angry. He looked uncertain. You shouldn't be. I heard him quietly mutter, but it was soft and vulnerable. I gave him a warm smile to reassure him. I'm proud of you. Nothing you say will change my mind. I could see his shoulders drop slightly. It was almost as if he had been carrying a heavy weight on his shoulders that had been lifted. I imagined it like something that he had been holding for years and didn't know how to set down. He stood there for what felt like ages before he looked down and spoke quietly. I didn't do right by you. I could hear genuine hurt in his voice. You did what you knew how to do, I told him, but he shook his head softly before looking up at me with that face I'd seen the day I left. Sadie, you and I both know I could never be enough. I was never what any of you kids needed. He paused slightly before continuing. I think I realized that when Carter left. I stepped up to him and put my hand softly on his shoulder with a kind smile. It was enough for me to still be here. As I said that, I felt warmth on my back, and it became brighter around us. I looked up to see the sky had cleared, and the sun was out. I looked up into his face and took a slow breath. We both stood there quietly, as the small things, never said, circled around us like comforting whispers. After a bit, I looked over and saw that James was still standing on the other side of the campfire. He stood there calm and collected, just waiting. Turning back to Pa, I couldn't help but to smile at him. Pa, I would like to introduce you to him properly. I watched his face as he slowly exhaled and nodded softly. I reached out and took his hand softly in mine and took him past the campfire over to where James stood. My heart fluttered as I took a breath. I just want you to meet James. He is my fiancé. I turned to James and gave him a soft smile. James seemed to straighten his posture a bit. He shifted his weight to appear more respectful. A moment went by, and I looked at Pa to see him step forward. He took a sharp inhale, and I prepared myself for him to lash out at James. Instead, Pa appeared to be studying James quietly. Pa closed the distance between the two of them and pulled James into a firm, brief embrace. James accepted the embrace and returned the gesture. I heard Pa mutter to James, "Take care of her. You hear me?" James appeared to give a soft nod, and I heard him respond with, "I will." With that, Pa released James, and he stepped back. Pa looked at me, and he gave a crooked smile before looking back at James. "Well, James, welcome to the family." The world around me faded, and I could feel warmth around me. I lightly opened my eyes to see that light was spilling in through the window. Window. I lightly opened my eyes to see that light was spilling in through the tent door. Oh, wait! Wait, no! No, we weren't at the tent. Okay, cause we were in Rhodes. I'm gonna actually, through the window of the hotel. There we go. That way, because I was like, why the fuck did I put window? What the fuck? It looked to be morning time, and I turned slightly to see James cuddled up next to me. I felt safe and comfortable, but that little piece of guilt lingered in my heart for all the words left unsaid. Okay, this one gets dark. I'm just looking at the time. I'm actually going to have to probably end stream because it is late and I need to go and spend some time with my own hub. Yeah. Yeah, Sadie's just gonna go and curl up and yeah. Ah! That's probably not great for the stitches in our back. Whee! I didn't realize it'd gotten so late. Okay. Sorry, I like telling stories a bit too much. I'm very much I love telling stories. I love creating stories. You know, just all of that. So, let's see if there is anybody that I can send you. I keep getting told that I just need to like do voiceover stuff, and I'm just like, but I like just doing it for fun. Oh god. You know, I wasn't crying doing both. I don't know why I'm crying now. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys over to Vitrich. He is a very, very dear friend. He is currently, playing a cadet, on Chase RP. So, yeah! Alright! Oh! Are you excited? Are you excited? We're gonna do the outro. Okay. Outro time! Okay. So I've paused it, so that people can, continue watching once the ads are done, because fucking ads! Yeah! Don't worry. I've got you. I got you, bro! Oh my god. Oh, dude. I ran out
of snoozes. That's what happened. I ran out of snoozes. I kept snoozing, and then it wouldn't let me snooze the ads anymore. And I'm like, God damn it. God damn it. No! Origin 1! Coming with that. Yeah. Oh, sorry. We are on the wrong screen for that. I will replay that. Okay. Yeah. Shit. Okay. We back. Okay, looks like we're back. Woo! All right. Oh, Solomon, do you want to see the intro video? You want to see the intro video? Because that one's fun too. Sorry, I know I'm like, I'm gonna end stream, and then I'm like, oh, I want to show the shiny! Oh man. I get too excited with showing videos. I'm just like, aha, let's do it. Let's show the video. Oh, the video, the video, the video. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna play it anyway. We're doing it.
Yeah, so that's the intro.
Dude, like my favorite part is just the part like where I like got all the audio together of like Carter just being like rah, 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 rah. And Sadie's like, well, he's like, no. Yeah. So yeah, those are the current 2 intros, but the outro, I actually have learned a lot about Vegas. That's the program that I use, is Sony Vegas Pro 18. I've learned so much from the program by making that video that I had no idea about. I was just trying to do a random thing, and then suddenly I'm like, oh my god, I didn't know I could do this. And so that's why we've got like a bunch of like the cool little like scene in scenes, and I'm just like, I know how people did it now! Yay! After all these years, I can do it now! Yay! And shit like that. So, all right. Well, I am gonna send you guys over to Vitrich. Yeah. I've got kitty cats that are staring at me and saying bedtime. Bedtime. All right.
It's gonna be a rage chat. Oh, also, Barrymore, hello. Hello, Barrymore. Yes.
Okay. And we're gonna do that right at Fieldmaster Roxy Raid. We're all gonna go in there and everybody sharpen your swords. Let's go. We are gonna go say hi to the Vitrich. He is playing Cadet Dan Dorfman. Guys, it's Dan Dorfman time! He's a cop now!
Yeah, let's go! Let's go!
Okay, sorry, I was a little too excited about that. All right, guys, I love your faces. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me. It's been an absolute blast. We didn't really have much stuff to do tonight, but it was actually fantastic. And you know what? The title actually worked really well. Calm Water. You know, because sometimes it doesn't have to be about, you know, random, like, doing all this random shit. It could just be about, you know, walking through the desert and then, you know, getting your horse and, you know, just doing things and then reading stories. So, all right. Bye, guys. Make sure that you send all of the love over to Vitrich. He's fantastic and awesome and a very, very good friend.
Bye!